that. It doesn't even have to be an exchange. So if you see a book up there that you like, go ahead and grab it. All right, you can bring something home with you. So just a real quick shout out to the committee. We've been working for many months. So show of hands if you're on the committee. Awesome. And I know Susan, Kevin, Melissa are down doing registration. So they've been working hard also on that. Other folks I want to recognize, the Mount Cross staff. So Joshua, Krista, Michaela, come on up. You can tell us a little bit about what you do here, a little bit about the camp. We're really excited to be here. So thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm Joshua, and I'm the hospitality director here at camp. I've been here for 8 years now, so it's my 8th time hosting you all. So that's exciting. In my role, I oversee like a lot of the rental groups like you all, family groups, a theater camp, bunch of that, and staffing for that, as well as oversee the kitchen. Because we operate all year long. In June, we do on-site programming for like sleepaway camp, but then the rest of the year we rent out to whoever wants to come to camp. And so that's kind of my role here. I'll let you guys go in a second. Who's not here right now? Andrew is our executive director. He is back home in Ohio at a wedding this weekend, so he's not here. But he's been here for a year and a half now. Great. And then we also have Sam, who is our program director, kind of oversees all the summer programming as well as some other things throughout the year. And he will be here later this afternoon. He's just not here yet this morning.
Hi, I'm Krista. I'm the office assistant. So if you ever call Mount Cross, you'll probably hear my voice, either in person or voicemail. I work part-time in the mornings, Monday through Friday. And my husband is Sam, who's the program director. And so I also do a lot with summer registration, and then I process any gifts that come to camp. So if you ever have any questions about giving to camp, I can help with that. And I do stuff with our website and just things like that. And so I just work in the mornings part-time. I'm starting seminary, so I work part-time, and I am going to be a distributed learning student at Luther Seminary. I'm starting my MDiv program and candidacy through our synod. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, my name is Michaela. Hello. I am a part of the summer program staff, and I'm here just filling in for Andrew. So last summer was my first year at Mount Cross, and I was a counselor, so I hope to return next summer, so if any kiddos want to come to the summer program, I'll be there hopefully. So I'm filling in the kitchen and in climbing wall today, so see you there.
Thank you.
All right. So I know most of you have been here before, but for those who are new, most of our programming will happen on the patio here. We'll have some things on the field in the afternoon, some fun Olympics. The pool is down there. We'll be open in the afternoon. Meals will be served up here in the cafeteria. You can eat in there or bring it down here. There's restrooms up there. So if you need to know where things are, you can ask any of the committee that are here or people who've been here before. They will know. So 2 more very important people that need to be introduced have been working on the program for many months. And I'm going to start with Tyler Freckman, which most of you know. Come on up, Tyler.
Yay. Oh my gosh, I am so happy to be here. If we haven't had the pleasure of meeting, like Molly said, my name is Tyler Freckman. I grew up at Bethel. I think this is my 23rd time coming to the Labor Day retreat. So the only time I ever missed it was for a very good friend's wedding. So I hope I never have to miss again. So we are going to be having worship the entire day. We started with some singing, praising God. Just in a moment, we'll kick off with some icebreakers, and then we'll transition into our first session where we'll be exploring the theme And then in the afternoon, we'll continue exploring our faith stories, and we'll be closing the day with communion at campfire. So the entire day is our worship this Sunday morning. And so on the picnic tables, you will see there's a bunch of booklets. These are journals for you to keep. And we will also be using them during the session. So either now or once we start to transition into small groups and whatnot, make sure you grab a journal and write your name on it so that then you can find it again. And there's writing utensils on the tables and everything like that. So a little bit about our other speaker for this weekend. So like I said, I grew up at Bethel, and I, for the past 7 years, have been living in San Francisco, which is not that far. And I love being connected to Bethel. So I really did not do a lot of work to try to find a new church community in San Francisco until actually exactly a year ago. I was at this retreat, and our speaker last year, Catherine, who's a good friend of mine, was like, "When are you going to find a church in San Francisco? It sounds like you need that." And it took me until this January of this year to finally go 2 blocks down the street from my apartment to a church called City Church in San Francisco, which I discovered to be an absolutely amazing community, incredibly diverse in all sorts of different ways, you know, generations, abilities, racially, socioeconomically, and they do a fantastic job of bringing people from all sorts of walks of life together through small groups. So I joined a small group, and that is where I met the person I decided to invite to be our speaker at the retreat this weekend, which is Andrew. So I'll ask Andrew to come and introduce himself.
Thank you, Tyler, and thank you, Bethel, for having me this weekend. I am so excited to be here. Like Tyler said, I live in San Francisco. I moved there exactly 5 year ago today. Today's my 5-year anniversary of moving to the Bay. I'm going to save most of my story for a little bit later this morning. But just to say, such a pleasure to be with you all, such a joy. And I'm looking forward to sharing with you all, having you all share with me. So thank you for having me.
Awesome. Okay, we are going to kick things off with a couple of icebreakers. So the first thing is we would love you all to form groups of about 5 to 6 people. You can form your groups at the picnic tables or in the chairs in the front here. Feel free to move the chairs around into circles and stuff. But before you do that, I'm going to explain our first kind of kickoff game for your small group. So the first thing is you should probably go around the circle of your small group and share your names so that everybody knows each other. You can also share your favorite children's story growing up, your favorite picture book. And then after that, the game that we'll play for the first few minutes is you are going to collaboratively create a story in your group. And the way that you'll do that is you'll go around the circle, and each person will contribute 1 word to the story. So Molly, myself, and Andrew will demonstrate. I will kick us off. Tomorrow,
We
Are
going,
to
be
seeing,
a
movie.
the end. So you can end it with, you know, the end. And then you can feel free to do that as many times as possible or you know, as many times as you like. And that'll be our first kind of like just icebreaker warm-up activity. And then in about 5 minutes, we'll gather everybody together for our next activity. All right.
ready, set, go.
Ready, set, go.
had a chance to meet your group members, tell a little story that hopefully was better than ours. All right. So we're going to do our next group activity, and we know it's early for some of you, and so we're going to go easy on you. We know that the whole theme today is about stories, telling stories, listening to stories. So we're going to start you off with some children's stories. I know when my kids were little, I loved all the kids' books and reading them to my kids, and you might see some of the books around that are familiar to you. So we're going to explore stories, and we're going to start looking at parts of stories. And as I said, we'll make it easy on you. So at each group, Tyler distributed a children's book, and here is your task. So you're going to read the book in your group. You can decide how you want to do that, if one person wants to read it or you want to pass it around page by page. These should take about 5 or so minutes to read. They're pretty short. And then we're going to have you kind of talk about the story. Around the patio, you'll see these big books with different parts of stories. Just watch Tyler, he'll show you. So one is the setting of the story. One would be the characters in the story. One is the theme of the story. Up on the kiosk, you can see conflict. And then over by Andrew, resolution of the story. So you may not get to all of these, but just to get you to start to think about stories and parts of stories, discuss those parts of the story in your kids' book. And then there are some sticky notes on your table. You can write those down for your story. Who were the characters in your story? What was the theme of your story? If you get to all of them, that's awesome. But see if you can get to a few of these. So we're going to give you about 20 minutes or so to read your book and discuss those. And at about 25 after, you will be released from your task. And you'll have a few minutes to regroup because we're going to then start our very first session. So go grab your storybook that Tyler gave to you and start reading. Okay.
6 minutes, Liam's going to ring the bell. So that's pretty much it. Thank you. Talk amongst yourselves, Chris. All right, we're going to do a couple more songs, and a big round of applause for Liam and Jesse for ringing the bell. That's probably the best bell ringing I've ever heard. Hi, Brett.
There we go.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to those of you who just arrived. This is our theme song for the weekend that was written by Kara. Yay. Super cool. It's called Everyone Has a Story, so you can listen it.
All right. And feel free to sing along as you hear it on repeat this weekend. Everyone has a story, potential you will see. They're all unique, but much the same. Different storylines and names. Everyone has a story, it matters to you and me. Because we're all connected through God's story. Love only written or left to chance. Fears and omissions, just trying to get a pass. Stories of faith as we no longer afraid, free at last. Everyone has a story, potential you will see. They're all unique, but much the same. Different storylines and names. Everyone has a story, it matters to you and me. Because we're all connected through God's story. From Jesus' story, we learn how to love. Every time we fall short, He's with us from above. He reveals Himself through the stories of others. Trust in Him as we do life together. Everyone has a story, potential you will see. They're all unique, but much the same. Different storylines and names. Everyone has a story, it matters to you and me. Because we're all connected through God's stories connected in ways we cannot see. Write a new chapter, come see the beat. Everyone has a story, potential you will see. They're all unique, but much the same. Different storylines and names. Everyone has a story, it matters to you and me. Because we're all connected through God's story. Because we're all connected through God's story. Because we're all connected through God's story.
Blessed be the name.
Thank you.
What's our other song, Katie?
Blessed be your name.
Oh, yes. Always. Can we give Brett cowbell, please?
supposed to say, but blessed be your name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your glorious name.
Nicely done, everybody. And now for something totally different.
Okay, good morning. And thank you for joining us here at the beautiful Mount Cross for a live episode of Everybody Has a Story, the show where we hear untold stories from the world's most interesting people, places, and things. Our next guest comes to us from a very special place or realm known as Middle Earth. Let's all give him a warm welcome. Okay, well, it looks like he brought his bodyguards along.
Bodyguards, more like prison guards.
Okay, well, why don't you just introduce yourself?
Well, my name is Alfred, but this wizard has suddenly designated me as the One Ring. Him and his band of merry men have decided that I must be destroyed, and now this hobbit wants to throw me into the fires of Mount Doom. What did I ever do to deserve this?
Well, here's the only thing I can remember from the elven lore. 3 rings from the elven kings under the sky. 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone. 9 for mortal men doomed to die. 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne. In the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie, 1 ring to rule them all. 1 ring to find them. 1 ring to bring them all. And in the darkness, bind them.
What nonsense are you going on about? I'm just a little trinket.
Well, I guess these elves, dwarves, and mortal men believe you have some power to rule them all?
Power to rule them all, that is nonsense. The only way that'd be possible if they decided that I had that power. But it'd be crazy to put 1 ring, or 1 person for that matter, in charge of everybody else. I think everybody's stories matter. Don't we all have stories and voices to share? After all, we're all in this together.
Well, I hear you, Alfred, but believe it or not, sometimes that happens. We let 1 person have all the power. But you have reminded me that it's important to hear everybody's story. Now come with me, my precious.
Alrighty. I think we might be seeing more of skits from the Freckman family later, so stick around. It's always fun. We are going to have the kids, the children, are going to go with Miss Amanda and Miss Patrice over on the patio over here. So if you are going to do children's activities, you can gather over here in this area. Confirmands are going to go with Robin, up the stairs and in the back. You can join Robin. All right. So if you're just joining us, welcome. We're really glad you're here. We had a nice little warm-up activity this morning. You can see around the patio, we've got some big books around with different aspects of a story. So you can see conflict resolution, theme setting, and so on. Little shout out to Janelle. Where's Janelle? Janelle, if you if you didn't see Janelle, I think there might be a future teacher over there. She had command of her classroom as she's reading her book to everybody, and oh, they were all paying attention. So awesome job, Janelle. It was great. So for our next activity, we're going to step it up a little bit from stories of children's books, and now it's going to be stories about you. But first, we're going to have you do a little reflection. So if you do not have one of these little booklets, we have a bunch around, some on tables. So Tyler and Andrew can distribute. If you don't have a booklet and a pen or pencil, just kind of give them a little wave and they'll grab one for you, because we're going to have you do just a little bit of writing for this next activity. This is actually pretty easy to start off with. So you're going to imagine that you're telling a story about you, who you are, to someone you've never met before. And we're going to have you write down 10 things in your journal, in your booklet, 10 things that you would tell someone about yourself. If you've never met them, they've never met you, what would be the top 10 things that you would tell someone you never met about yourself? So we'll give you about maybe 5 minutes or so to kind of think that through. What are the top 10 things you would tell someone about yourself? And then we'll come back and we'll revisit this.
All right, Bethel, how are we feeling about our lists? We got our top 10 things about each of our lives, ready for late night television. You're going to revisit those lists in just a little bit. But before we do, you're going to get to hear from me a little bit. So, good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure and a joy to be with you all. If you didn't get to hear my introduction earlier, my name is Andrew. It is my privilege to be serving as one of your co-speaker facilitators for the Labor Day retreat this year. And I'd like to start with a prayer. Would you pray with me? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time together. We thank you for all of the beautiful people that have gathered here this weekend. We thank you for the beautiful setting that is Mount Cross. We ask you to be with us during this time. We ask you to be present with us as we learn and grow together, as we explore our stories, as we explore your stories. Father, may you be with us and speak through us, speak in spite of us, speak because of us. And we ask that you bless this time together. In your name we pray, amen. So the theme of this year's Labor Day retreat, as you've heard many times, everybody has a story. Storytelling is something as old as humanity. It is an act of world building, and it is how we understand ourselves and everything around us. Storytelling can be incredibly powerful. How do I know this? Because when you Google storytelling, there are about 20 or more, 20 by my count, TED Talks, which are all titled The Power of Storytelling. And I watched every single one of them in preparation for this retreat. No, I didn't actually do that. But there's something there, right? And who doesn't want to be a great storyteller, right? I'm willing to bet that most of the folks here want to be a great storyteller. It's in our DNA. How many people think you have what it takes to be a great storyteller? Can I see a show of hands? How many great storytellers do we have? We've got 1, we've got 2, we've got 3, we got 4. Actually, I'm going to say that you all should be raising your hands. You already are one. You already are a storyteller. You are already a fantastic storyteller. And in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to tell you why you're a great storyteller. And, okay, I know what you're thinking. This guy watched too many TED Talks. Okay, but there was one that I did watch. And he had something really fascinating to say about storytelling. He has a theory that we are all already great storytellers because God gave us these beautiful things called brains. And scientists tell us that over years of evolution, stories have emerged from our brains as naturally and as easily as breath has passed through our lips. Some evolutionary scientists believe that language formed so that the early humans could do the oldest form of storytelling, which is, of course, gossip. Gossip, the oldest form of storytelling. And actually, I'm really not kidding. This is the theory of a lot of evolutionary scientists, that early humans started gossiping as a form of survival. They would gossip about their fellow tribe members. They would gossip about other tribes. They would gossip about where the animals were and where the animals weren't. They would gossip about where the food was and where the food wasn't. They would gossip about the weather. They would gossip as a form of understanding their world and as a way of surviving their world. I am not much of a gossip myself, but I do love storytelling. Let me also be clear here. I'm not an expert on storytelling. I'm also just a guy, actually. You know, it's funny. I was having a conversation earlier with our cameraman, Jamie, bus driver Jamie. Thank you for being here, Jamie. We love Jamie. And Jamie said, "So, are you a pastor?" And I was like, "Oh, no. I'm just a small group leader from City Church. I'm just a guy." But I do have a story. We all have stories. Um, in fact, okay, so I'm actually, storytelling doesn't even necessarily come super easy to me. It's not something that I'm always super comfortable doing, but I do love listening to other people's stories. I have this one friend, we all have this one friend that, like, you ask a question and they could go on and on and on for days, it seems. But I kind of love it. This one friend and I, we have a great relationship because I'll ask him a question and I'm really curious to hear what he has to say. One of my favorite questions when I meet a new person for the very first time is to say, "So, what's your story?" And it's really interesting when you ask this question, many times people, they don't know what to do. The ambiguity of the question, oh, how am I supposed to answer that? But it's really beautiful to see then how they answer. When they decide to tell you their story, what is it that they say about themselves? So for many of you, this is your first time meeting me. And so I'm going to answer the question for you. I'm going to answer for you what my story is. I'm Andrew. I grew up in a small suburb in southeastern Massachusetts. I'm the middle child of 3, born to Mark and Jenny. And honestly, my story is pretty unremarkable. And yet it is worth telling. Because every time I tell my story, I come to understand myself a little bit better. And whether I'm telling 1 people or 2 people or 60 people, you all get an opportunity to see a window into my life and my world. And we get to see the ways in which our stories are the same and the ways in which they are different. Okay, so back to my story. Again, pretty average, unextraordinary upbringing. A pretty average, unextraordinary kid. Although I did have this middle school band director who used to all the time say, "Look at that guy. He is the all-American kid." And honestly, I kind of loved it. You know, I really had this desire to fit in, to fit the mold, to be what others wanted me to be what was expected of me. Um, and so that was my aim in life in lots of ways. Around adolescence, I realized that I was carrying something, carrying a secret that threatened to change all of that. I was the straight A student. I was in the all of the music groups. I was in the marching band and the choir, and I did the school musical, and I loved being parts of those groups. I grew up in a church, the Evangelical Covenant Church of Riverside, Rhode Island. My parents were super involved there. I was part of the youth group. I was part of all the groups. I was doing all the things that I was supposed to do. I was a well-behaved kid, parents' dream. And it's because I had this desire to conform, this desire to fit in. For college, I went to the University of Delaware. And leaving the context of the places that I grew up, I was liberated just enough to explore a little bit about myself outside of those contexts. I was finally able to admit something to myself and then eventually to others, that I'm gay. And that admission, that confession, raised so many more questions than it did answers. I wondered, what does this mean for my life? How does this fit in with the other pieces of who I am? And so for years, I grappled with these questions. And I'm not going to bore you, but I basically spent my 20s doing what people in their 20s do, trying to figure shit out. Can I say shit? Stuff. Trying to figure stuff out. That was my 20s. we'll just skip over that for now. Then I had my Saturn return. Does anybody know what a Saturn return is? Astrological concept about Saturn returning to the place where it was in the sky when you were born. Essentially, it happens around 30, and it's kind of BS. But for my Saturn return, I moved to San Francisco. I said earlier, today is the 5-year anniversary of my move to San Francisco. And my Saturn return was my move to San Francisco. Like most people, I moved to San Francisco for a job, but not in tech. Nothing wrong with tech, but I think I have a more interesting job than some of the worst in tech, and I would encourage you to ask me about it. And I thought that my move to San Francisco was just going to be for a few years. But then, 3 years ago, I met my partner, Phil. 2 years ago, we adopted our adorable Dalmatian named Noe. 1 year ago, I turned down my dream job back in Boston. And 1 month ago, I asked Phil to spend the rest of his life with me. Yay! Still waiting for my ring. So I guess I'm in San Francisco for the long haul. And I'm excited because the move to San Francisco, my Saturn return, has actually improved my life in ways that I never would have expected and helped answer questions that I didn't know that I'd ever have answered. One of those answers, an answer to my prayers, was City Church San Francisco. As Tyler was sharing earlier, it is a beautiful, diverse, fully affirming, and inclusive faith community where I have had the opportunity to flourish. At City Church, I joined and now co-lead our LGBTQ community group and have become involved with ministries like City Hope, a community center in the Tenderloin. Through City Church, I've met so many amazing people with amazing stories, like our dear friend Tyler. This past January, I had the opportunity to attend the Q Christian Fellowship Conference with hundreds of other queer Christians. And being surrounded by all these amazing communities, I have learned so much about myself, others. I've learned so much about God and the glorious kingdom that He is building through people's stories. Telling my story, listening to other people's stories, has opened up new ways of understanding some of the questions that I have had since childhood, since adolescence, since that tumultuous time called my 20s. And that help brings us to today. The end. Okay, so that's my 10-minute version. I could probably talk a lot more about my own story. There's honestly so much more I could share, and that's why I truly believe that each of you are going to have no problems telling your own stories in the next segment of this morning's session. So, we wanted today to be interactive. I don't think you want to hear me talk all morning long. So this next activity, we are going to give you each a chance to share your own story. To feel a little bit better known by someone else, and to give you a chance to hear other people's stories. It's just as important to be able to share our stories as it is to be able to hear the stories of others. And even within the Bethel community, you probably think that you know each other decently well, but I bet on that list of 10 things that your neighbor has, you don't know maybe half of them. So it's going to be a great opportunity to get to know each other a little bit better. And again, I say it's going to be an opportunity to get to know yourself a little bit better to be able to tell your story. Okay, so we're going to split into pairs. I will encourage you that if you feel comfortable to pair up with someone that you don't know super well. So why don't we do that right now? Why don't we each find a partner to share our stories with? We're going to give you 4 minutes each to share your story. We'll give you a 1-minute warning. And you can use the 10 things that you wrote down to guide your storytelling. You can also use the activity that we did this morning with the storybooks as a guide for your own story. What are the characters in your story? What is the setting of your story? What are some of the themes of your story? What is some conflict in your story? What, if there has been, is resolution in your story? And if you run out of time, that's okay. Just gives you something to talk about over lunch. Later, we will then take the groups that we are in, the pairs that we're in, and we'll combine 2 pairs together to make groups of 4. And we will give you the opportunity to share just one aspect of your partner's story that you most connected with. So this is not only an activity in sharing, it's also an activity in listening. Okay, I think that's enough setup. Why don't we all find our pairs? And then in about a minute or so, I will start the timer. 4 minutes for the first person to share their story. Find your partner and then decide who's going to tell your story first. Mm-hmm. Night. Later. Okay. Eric, right? Can I get just one more? Okay, everyone get settled in. Decide who is telling the story first. And your 4-minute timer starts now.
But the Midwest, I can fix it right now. Probably, yeah. I watched the J.D. Vance's movie, so then I looked at the map. Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna fill my water bottle. There's the closest one? Yeah. Okay, 3 minutes have passed. You have 1 minute. The first person has 1 minute to finish telling their story.
Yeah, worse than the daughter.
Yes, yes. They're jealous. So music I like to listen to, I like to listen to Christian music.
So that's more rock side. K-Love is that more the rock side?
Yeah. I mean, it's all. Okay, that is 4 minutes. Wrap up your stories. Only just one person was telling their story. Just one person was telling their story. That's our 4 minutes. If I can grab everyone's attention again, I have a transitional activity. Banana slug. Banana slug? Oh, the quiet banana slug. There you go. All right, let's see our quiet banana slugs. Beautiful. Okay, so if you were not just telling your story, I want to ask you to do something. I want you to turn to your partner, look into their eyes, and say, "Thank you for telling me your story." Let's do that. Okay, so now the other person is going to tell their story. And I actually there are two challenges that I'm going to make this time that I didn't make before the first story. You thought you had it easy. For this second story, I want the person that is listening to the story to not say anything at all. I want the storyteller to have your full, undivided attention. I want you to save your follow-up questions for later. So, okay, partner number 2, it is your turn to tell your story. 4 minutes, starting now.
I was born and raised in Bethel, in the middle of the country, which is basically an hour south of Amsterdam. My life was very happy and uneventful. I went through schools with no problems. In those consulting companies, they want a recognizable brand, so they mold everyone in the same mold. They have little.
All right. Lori, do you have this slide? Yes. That is going to be the first slide that we'll need in just a few minutes when this next storytelling is done. Thank you so much.
And then I met my wife in university. We stayed in the area for work. We had 3 boys, of which the last one here in the United States. And I had been with the company, we have some offices around the US, and I've been trying to get out to the US, but there was always something. We were pregnant, or she was just in a new job, I didn't like the position, or it was COVID, so all sorts of things happened. And then 2 years ago, in February, one of my colleagues, co-workers said, "Hey, I have this big challenge in the US, would you like to support the company there?" And I sent my wife a text and said, "Let's go to the San Francisco area, are you up for it?" And she said yes, and that was the beginning of this adventure. We moved here a year ago in June, end of June. I work here at one of our suppliers. I'm now in procurement and supply development, and working with them to ramp up their production. We had our 3rd boy here, so we have 2 Europeans and 1 American that will haunt us the rest of our lives. I like and we like to do outdoor stuff, so this environment really is good for
Okay, 3 minutes have elapsed. You have 1 minute remaining. If you've run out of things to say, think about setting, characters, theme, conflict resolution. 1 minute.
I like running as well, but I'm currently injured. I have some problems with my hip.
Okay, that is 4 minutes. Wrap up your stories. Let me see some quiet banana slugs. That's my new favorite thing. It feels appropriate. We're in Santa Cruz. Let me see some quiet banana slugs. All right. Thank you all for telling your stories. Now I want the person who didn't tell their story just now to turn to their partner, look them in the eyes, use their name, and thank them for telling their story. Beautiful. Thank you all so much for engaging in that. For some people, that might have been really comfortable and really easy. For some people, that might have been very uncomfortable and very not easy. Here's the thing about storytelling. It gets easier the more you do it. So if this is kind of a first time for you and it felt uncomfortable, I would encourage you, keep doing it. Another thing that makes telling our stories even easier is listening to other people's stories. So I encourage you to use that same question. When you meet someone, say, so what's your story? And maybe they have 4 minutes to tell you their story. Maybe they want 20 minutes to tell you their story. Stories happen in 1 minute chunks. They happen in 30-second chunks. They happen in 10-minute chunks. So thank you for exploring that. And I would encourage you, keep telling your stories. Keep asking other people about their stories. Okay, now I want to debrief on that experience for all of us. We have a slide here with a couple of questions that I'm going to ask you to discuss with your partner. So the 3 questions that I want you to discuss with your partner is, what surprised you about what you chose to include and what you chose to highlight in your story? What surprised you? What surprised you about what you didn't include in your story? That's always a funny thing. I remember, like, when I've told my story, sometimes I've thought, it's interesting that I included that. It's interesting that I didn't actually think to mention that. So I want you to talk about what surprised you about what you did include, what surprised you about what you didn't include, and then I want you to talk with your partner about the common themes that you saw in each other's stories. So we're going to take about 5 to 10 minutes based on the feeling of the room right now. Discuss those 3 questions. What surprised you about what you included? What surprised you about what you left out? And what are some of the common themes that you saw between your story and your partner's story? Go.
So actually navigating the healthcare system with a pregnancy was more challenging than finding a house.
Sorry. Okay, that's about 5 minutes of debriefing. I'll invite you to just spend another minute or two again discussing these questions. What surprised you about what you included? What surprised you about what you didn't include? And what common elements are in both of your stories? Take a couple more minutes. All right, that is our time. All right, so you will remember that I told you to make sure you are listening very closely to your partner's stories, and here's why. We're going to take our pairs now, and we're going to form groups of 4. You'll have 2 tasks when you get together in your groups of 4. The first thing that you're going to do is you're going to go around your circle of 4, and you're going to share one thing of your partner's story that you found interesting, intriguing, unique. You're going to share that with the rest of the group. So go around the circle. The 4 of you will each share one thing about your partner's story. And then we'll have a few more debrief questions that we'll do as pairs of 4. We'll talk about what did it feel like to tell our story? What did it feel like to hear our partner's story? And then just share some reflections on the experience. Okay, let's form our groups of 4. Go around your circle, share one thing about your partner's story. And then once you've all shared, talk about how did it feel to do that? Let's do 8 minutes. Okay, hopefully by this point you've all gone around the circle and shared one aspect of your partner's story. If you haven't done that yet, make sure you do that first and then reflect as a group. What was this experience like? How did it feel to share your story? How did it feel to listen to your partner's story? Take a little bit more juice. Yeah. Okay, we're going to take one more minute to wrap up our conversations, talking about how it felt to share and listen to each other's stories. One more minute. All right, thank you all so much. I'm going to bring us back. Let's see our quiet banana slugs. Let me see some quiet banana slugs. Beautiful. Okay, so I wanted to now take an opportunity to reflect together as a group. So let me ask, how was that for you? Like, what was that experience for each and every one of you? Yeah, I see some thumbs up. Great. Does anybody want to share anything about the experience? Yeah, over here. Yeah. Good thinking. Thank you, Tyler. Doreen, do you want to say that for us all again into the microphone?
I think we shared more deeply than we would have if, we just sat down and were chatting. And
Yeah.
I think it connects you in a different level.
Yeah.
So that was kind of a plus.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Doreen. Yeah, over here. We got another thought.
Okay. In June, this is not, well, it's sort of my story.
Mm.
In June, we were in Jackson, Wyoming, and I get up early and I walk, and I found this old time cemetery up in the hills that it wasn't really taken care of. And then I saw this one lady, and I was chit chatting with her, and she was about my age, and the city doesn't have enough money to clean up the cemetery. And she said, "Oh, I come up here and I clean up, and everybody has a story." Even in the cemetery. And she was pointing out certain graves and saying, "Oh, that person did whatever." And she pointed out 3, and she looks up these people to see their story, which it hit me. And I said, I got to go to the Labor Day retreat.
That was God. That was God right there. Who else has some thoughts or reflections? Yeah, Kara.
Yeah, the second time where you said you couldn't ask questions, that was challenging for both of us. Yeah. But just realized how much I enjoy the interaction back and forth. But it was great because it kept kind of pulling her and sharing probably more things than she would have if I would have just kept asking questions. So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Here's a prompt for you all. So one of the things that we introduced when we started this activity is that we know each other. You all know each other on some level, but there's so much to be learned from taking just a few minutes to hear each other's stories, to hear the stories of someone you thought you knew. Does that ring true for anyone in the room? Any thoughts or reflections on that? I'm hearing some laughs over here. What else came up for folks as they were going through this experience? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we had an interesting conversation about how we know each other, but do we really?
Yeah.
How deeply do we know each other? Right? There's a difference in, hey, how you doing as you pass by each other at church every Sunday, but then there's different people that you have a deeper relationship with. The people that you spend a lot more time with and whatnot. So getting to know some of the people a little more deeply, it's really cool.
Yeah. And it only took 4 minutes, right?
I thought it was really interesting how people chose to tell their story. Some of us were more linear about this is where I grew up and blah blah blah. I'm gonna highlight Sam, and Sam started off with like basically who he is in his heart, and I'm like, yep, that's Sam.
Yeah. I love it. Some people focused on the characters and the setting, and some people focused on the themes and the conflicts and resolutions of their lives. These are all part of our stories. Here's another reflection that I'll throw out to the group. When we were planning this Labor Day retreat, we were planning with actually the person that I co-lead the LGBTQ group at City Church, and he couldn't be here because he has a wedding this weekend, but he sends his love to all of you. And the thing that Thomas said that I thought was so brilliant is that stories are like DNA. Only 2% of our DNA is different from one another, but those differences, that 2% difference of our DNA, are super important. It creates the beautiful, colorful world that we live in. 98% of our DNA is the same. So many of our stories have common themes that we share, but it's those details which make us unique and how we get to know each other. Any other closing thoughts from anyone in the room? Yeah, great.
I think it's interesting that the context that we're in helps us tell us what we choose to tell about our story. And I think, so do we have 2 minutes, 30 seconds, 3 hours? You know, is it with somebody I know or somebody I don't really know or don't want to know? Um, you know, I don't want to spend 3 hours. And so I think that reveals a little bit about who we are to ourselves, on those choices we make, on how much of our story we are willing to tell.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll close this with just a few thoughts of my own before I'm going to turn it over to Tyler to close out our time together this morning. There's this thing that I say all the time, which is that to be seen and known is to be understood. To see and to know others is to understand them. And to understand and be understood is to have God's plan for us revealed. I heard a quote the other day: stories are the communal currency of humanity. It's a lot of fancy words, but it really made me think that in God's economy, the cash that we use, the cash that we exchange in living out our human existence, is our stories. Sharing our stories can help us create a sense of belonging and community. Sharing our stories allows us to learn from the experiences of others. Sharing our stories can shift the way that we perceive the people and the world around us. Sharing our stories can help us preserve our heritage and educate future generations. Sharing our stories helps us make sense of ourselves and the world around us. Our theme is that everybody has a story, but I'm going to personalize it for just a moment and say, you have a story to tell. You are a fantastic storyteller. Your story is my story. My story is your story. And our story is his story. God's call is for all of us to tell our stories. Can I get an amen? Thank you so much for engaging in that. That was so enriching for me. I'm going to invite Tyler to join us up front to lead our closing activity.
Okay, thank you all so much for engaging with that. I know it's hard and scary and vulnerable to the idea of telling your story, but I think we also heard how valuable and meaningful it can be to engage in that way with somebody else. So thank you for that. We're just going to spend the last few minutes, about 5-ish minutes, in some contemplative solo time. So we'll put on some spa music, as Tom called it. And you have your journals. So if you want to journal about this experience, about all the thoughts that are probably swirling through your head, we invite you to do that. If you need some prompts, maybe you can reflect on your own story about these parts of a story, the characters, the setting, the theme, the conflict, resolution, and engage in a journaling practice like that. If you're like me and you don't really like to write when there's people looking at you, I also have a bunch of prayer labyrinths. So this is really simple. All you do is follow with your finger through the labyrinth, and on the way in, I would encourage you to think about what it was like to tell your story. In the middle, take a holy pause and remember that God is with you in your story, and God is with you in the story of every other person on the whole planet. And on the way out, you can contemplate what it was like to hear and receive somebody else's story. And I have a easy, medium, and hard version of the labyrinths. So I'll just start passing them around, and for the next 5-ish minutes, we can just have that quiet meditation. And then I'll pray for lunch.
Thank you to Andrew for leading such an amazing session. That was awesome. Thank you. We're gonna we're gonna encourage you to continue to journal in your booklets all day. Write your thoughts down, questions that you have. If you get a chance to talk to Andrew, he's got some great other stories that you might want to hear. So. Just a little bit about the schedule. So the bell will ring at noon for lunch. Tyler will lead us in prayer before lunch up by the cafeteria. On the field at 1 o'clock will be the Olympics. Please dress appropriately for some fun and games. Yes, Tyler has some like sneakers and shorts and t-shirts and that kind of stuff. No sleeves. Yeah. Too hot. You have to wear no sleeves, Tom says. The pool will be open right after, so you might want to have your swimsuit handy. And then we'll have the climbing wall and archery open 2 to 4. Or maybe a little before 4. Our next session will start at 4. So you will have some awesome downtime to hear more stories from people. So after lunch, we'll do that. Anything else? I think that's good. All right. Thank you. Oh, yes. So we have a little book up here that we're going to bring back to the ministry fair. So please sign your name to our storybook. We'll have it over there with some pens. So sign your name that you were here as part of our Labor Day retreat. Great. Thanks.
This is a message from Brett Deutscher. 5 minutes, we're starting. 5 minutes. Thank you, Brett.
later. Later. That's for later.
All
I
right.
know you want to sing that. Song. We're gonna.
Thank
sing
you,
it later.
Lori.
Do you want to say hello to everybody? Come here. What are you gonna say? Say it's time to sing, everybody.
It's time to sing, everybody.
That works. I made that. Oh, then she made that.
Wait, what?
You got it.
I can't play with you on the but you
What are we doing, honey?
Sing to the king.
What's that? No, I did. I give credit.
All right, sing to the king.
Sing to the king,
Here we
everybody.
go.
1, 2, 3, 4. Sing to the King who is coming to reign. Thousands in Jesus, the Lamb that was slain. Life and salvation is everlasting coming. Joy to the nations when Jesus is King. Come, let us sing a song declaring we belong to Jesus. He's all we need. Lift up a heart of praise. Sing now with voices raised to Jesus. Sing to the King. For his returning, we watch and we pray. We will be ready the dawn of that day. We'll join in singing with all the redeemed. Satan is vanquished and Jesus is King. Come, let us sing a song declaring we belong to Jesus. He's all we need. Lift up a heart of praise. Sing now with voices raised to Jesus. Sing to the King.
Yeah, that's right. What do you got next there, Katie?
I'm sorry, my guitar is massively out
I
of tune
know.
right now. I was like, what is that sound? That's better.
So here's a little science lesson for you. When things get hot, they droop,
Yeah, I know.
including guitar strings. So we're working through it. We're working it back up.
I thought that was a personal test.
If you took it personally, that is up to you and the Lord. I'm just talking about guitar strings right now.
Which one? Jesus Messiah.
Okay. Did you catch that one, Lori?
She's so good.
She's a pro. I have no idea. Yeah, I'm not. Trust and verify. Never.
I think it's in
Right,
B.
Kitty.
Oh, wait a minute. No, yeah, you're right. I think I'm. He became sin. Is that right?
I don't care. Whatever. I mean, you pick a key. Pick a feel. And we'll go
It's like I'm transposing in my head. Sorry.
so massively.
There we go.
Is your guitar on, Katie? Your guitar on?
Yeah.
Your guitar's off right now. Let's hear for Eric Edstrom. Right out of the pool. His brain was a little cold, but it's all good now. I know. Thank you, Eric.
Still not in tune.
We might be wrong.
we do one more song? Do we think we should? It's not overwhelming. We should do the theme song. Tyler forgot what the message is this week, so I think we should do the theme song. Kara, tell us how the theme song came to you.
How the theme song came to me. Well,
Tell us your story, Kara.
I'm doing that a little bit later this session, actually. But the theme song came because we kept saying it at the Labor Day Retreat Committee. And I was like, that sounds like a song. Yes. And so then I interviewed Tom about what the theme meant to him. And I kept taking notes during our session about what it meant to other people. And then I just threw it all together in a song. Yeah.
Thank you, Kara.
Yeah. You're welcome. Okay. So this is Everyone Has a Story, in case you didn't pick up on that. Everyone has a story, their attention you will see. They're all unique, but much the same. Different storylines and themes. Everyone has a story, it matters who and me. 'Cause we're all connected through God's
Welcome back. And we have right now the younger children are going to be going to that side of the patio with Patrice is waving frantically. That was what I was told to say.
Yes, yes. Okay, and now a special story from the children of Bethel Lutheran.
All right, we'd like to share a story with you. It is called In God's Name by Sandy Einsberg Sasso. The voice of God is in the uniqueness of each and every person, the Holy One said. Do not be confused because you hear many voices. Know that I am one and the same. After God created the world, all living things on earth were given a name. The plants and the trees, the animals and the fish, and each person, young and old, had a special name. But no one knew the name for God. So each person searched for God's name. The farmer, whose skin was dark, like the rich brown earth from which all things grew, called God
Source of life.
The girl, whose skin was as golden as the sun that turned night into day, called God
Creation of light.
The man who tended the sheep in the valley, called God
Shepherd.
The tired soldier who fought too many wars, called God
Maker of peace.
The artist who carved figures from the earth's hard stone, called God
My rock.
Sometimes the people who called God by different names were puzzled. They said, every living thing has a single name: the marigold, pansy, lily, the oak tree, sequoia, and pine. God must have a single name that is greater and more wonderful than all other names. Each person thought his name for God was the greatest. Each person thought her name for God was the very best. The farmer who called God source of light said, this is the true name for God. The girl who called God creator of light insisted this is the most splendid name for God. The shepherd, soldier, and artist believed they each had the perfect name for God. But no one listened, least of all God. And so each person kept searching for God's name. The woman who cared for the sick called God
Healer.
The slave who was freed from bondage called God
Redeemer.
The grandfather whose hair was white with years called God
Achievement.
The grandmother who was bent with age and sorrow called God
Comforter.
The young woman who nursed her newborn son called God
Mother.
The young man who held the hand of his baby daughter called God
Father.
And the child who was lonely called God
Friend.
All the people called God by different names. They tried to tell one another that their name was the best, the only name for God, and that all others were wrong. But no one listened, least of all God. And so each person kept searching for God's name. Then one day, the person who called God Ancient One, and the one who called God Friend, and the one who called God Mother, and the one who called God Father, all the people who called God by a different name came together. They knelt by a lake that was clear and quiet like a mirror, God's mirror. Then each person who had a name for God looked at the others who had a different name. They looked into God's mirror and they saw their own faces and the faces of all the others. And they called out their names for God. At that moment, the people knew that all the names for God were good, and no name was better than another. Then all at once their voices came together, and they called God. Everyone listened, most of all, God. All right, turn around. Take a bow. Take a bow. Okay, that was great. Thank you, children, for helping us tell that story. And everyone, welcome back to another live episode of Everybody Has a Story, the show where we hear untold stories from the world's most interesting people, places, and things. Many of you might be familiar with our next guest, as he is a member of our Bethel congregation. So let's give him a warm welcome. And it is none other than Chris Breckman. But it looks like he's brought his snacks with him. Oh no, oh, Chris, I'm so sorry about your milk. But you know what they say, don't cry over spilled milk. I am so sorry. I'm sorry this happened.
Don't cry over spilled milk. Excuse me, he's the one that bumped into me.
Oh no. What's done is done. There's no point in crying.
No point crying over it. I was spilled. Topple over. I'm a mess. Shapeless, formless, dribbling all over, seeping into the ground. A puddle. And now my cookie doesn't have anything to dip himself into.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. But who are you? Did we book you for the show?
I'm Milk, your esteemed guest's favorite snack. And I'm sure many of your guests have fond memories of me from childhood or even adulthood. I can be enjoyed warm and comforting or ice cold and refreshing. I come in cow and oat and almond and soy varieties. I'm America's most versatile and beloved sweet treat. And now you're saying I can just be spilt, toppled over on a whim, no cares. Hakuna Matata. I will not stand for it. I refuse. I am an excellent source of calcium and vitamin D, and you cannot treat me like this.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm so sorry. You're right. Here on this show, we value everyone's story. Please take a seat, and we'd love to hear yours after we return for this short commercial break.
Let's give a hand to the Freckman family. Aren't they awesome? Their Untold Stories series was so creatively conceived and delivered throughout these past few weeks. I remember when we started planning for the retreat, and Tyler sent me a selfie, except he was painted yellow with a hat and little squiggly things. And I was like, what is this picture that you've sent me? He said, well, of course, I'm the straw that broke the camel's back. Oh, of course. Let's also give a hand specifically to Patrice for doing double duty this afternoon. Way to go, Patrice. And let's give a hand to the kids for their excellent, very special retelling of In God's Name. Okay, so my job right now is to introduce this afternoon's session theme. This morning, we explored the stories of our lives and each other's lives. This afternoon, we're going to dig down one layer deeper, and we're going to explore stories of faith and our journeys with God. In a way, a lot of the elements are the same: setting, theme, characters, conflict, resolution. But when we go to the part of the bookshelf that deals with the stories of our lives with God, we begin to unpack our experiences and encounters with God. It reveals even more about the plans that He has for us, our lives, and our world. We are about to enter into a time of testimony from another one of our beloved Bethel community members. Testimony is an ancient practice of the church. It's something that Christians have practiced since the earliest days of the church when they gathered in homes in Jerusalem. It's an opportunity to hear the ways in which God is showing up in our lives and our community. I heard it described one time as the view from our faith backyard. It is how we have experienced God, where we have seen Him at work in our lives. And we listen in the hopes that we might expand the edges of our imagination in terms of how God moves in our own lives. Our path may not look the same. We may use different words, but perhaps there are echoes of the stories that we hear in testimony in our own lives. Perhaps the words are different, but maybe they rhyme. So, this is a way for us to journey together as followers of Christ and be in dialogue with one another about our faith stories. To help prepare us for this time of testimony, I wanted to share an excerpt of a book that I didn't know existed until yesterday. A member of the Bethel community, Susan, passed this book along to me through Molly. And she had read the introduction of this book, and she said, we have to use this at some point this weekend. So thank you, Susan, wherever you are. Susan, are you out there? Thank you, Susan, for passing this along. So it's a book called When God Whispers Your Name by Max Lucado. In the introduction, he says, when I see a flock of sheep, I see exactly that, a flock, a rabble of wool, a herd of hooves. I don't see a sheep. I see sheep, all alike, none different. That's what I see. But not so with the shepherd. To him, every sheep is different. Every face is special. Every face has a story. And every sheep has a name. The one with the sad eyes, that's Droopy. The fellow with one ear up and the other down, I call him Oscar. The small one with the black patch on his leg, he's an orphan with no brothers. I call him Joseph. The shepherd knows his sheep. He calls them by name. When we see a crowd, we see exactly that, a crowd. Filling a stadium or flooding a mall. When we see a crowd, we see people, not persons, but people. A herd of humans, a flock of faces. That's what we see. But not so with the shepherd. To him, every face is different. Every face is a story. Every face is a child. Every child has a name. The one with the sad eyes, that's Sally. The old fellow with one eyebrow up and the other down, Harry's his name. And the young one with a limp, he's an orphan with no brothers. I call him Joey. The shepherd knows his sheep. He knows each one by name. The shepherd knows you. He knows your name. and he will never forget it. So, the one with the ukulele strapped around her shoulder, she's got a song on her heart. He calls her Kara. Please welcome her back up front.
So when I was asked to do this, of course, I decided to write a song because that's what I do. And I'll probably cry through most of it, but that's what I do too. And I really tried to, I think a lot of times we end up telling the great things, right? The nice things that people want to hear. And I really tried to include the things that are the challenges that I'm dealing with, because I want to give space for other people to express their challenges, because that's really where we all grow. So if I cry, it's fine. It's just water, and I'll get through it. So here we go. This is called This Is My Story. I guess I'll tell you my base story if you are so inclined. It all started years ago, back in 1979. My mom, dad, sister too raised me up in Kansas City. I grew up in a Lutheran church, Missouri Synod. This is my story, filled with ups and downs and all arounds. This is my story. My sister was 4 years older. I wanted to be just like her. Screaming and her pulling fights would often occur. My mom was a teacher, my dad a mechanic. When I was 6, I got some news that was quite tragic. My dad died from a heart attack. He was 37. This is my story, filled with ups and downs and all arounds. Sometimes the tears keep coming down. This is my story. I went to church twice a week, read the Bible through and through. I loved confirmation and the theology of it too. I wanted to be a pastor, but when I said this in class, everyone laughed and said, a woman can't do that. That's when I decided Missouri Synod was not for me. I went off to Kansas State. I studied engineering. I couldn't find a church that I found inspiring. I got married to a Canadian and moved to California. I kept looking for that perfect choice church, but was always disappointed. This is my story, filled with ups and downs and all arounds. This is my story. I spent 5 years as an engineer, fell asleep at my desk. A pivot to construction for me, it is the best. Jack was born in 2008, Ellis 3 years later. Being a mother fulfilled me, life became so much greater. Angela Brown was in my mother's group, she invited me to church. When I saw a woman preaching, that was the end of the search. That's when I found Bethel. This is my story, filled with ups and downs and all arounds. This is my story. 5 years ago, I noticed I couldn't move my face. The doctors couldn't tell me why. I searched for answers all over the place. It's rare, called dystonia. I deal with pain every day. played the ukulele. I discovered writing songs was even better than therapy. When I'm struggling with my faith, I write it in song. I sing it for everyone because I know I'm not alone. This is my story, filled with ups and downs and all arounds. Sometimes the fears keep coming down. This is my story. This is my story, filled with ups and downs and all arounds. This is my story. Thank you. When I was growing up, my mom used to cry all the time in church. It was like terrible. I'm like, Mom, stop crying. But apparently, genetically, we have small tear ducts, so that's why. All right, thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing, Kara. It is one thing to share your story one-on-one like we did earlier, but it's a totally different thing to stand up front and to bare your soul in such a vulnerable way. So I want to thank you for your willingness to do that, and I'm going to ask you to come over here. I'd love to say a quick word of prayer for you. Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you for your child, Kara. Thank you for the tremendous voice that you have given her. We thank you that you call us by name. And we thank you for the incredible blessing that she has been and will continue to be, especially in this moment of sharing and soul bearing that she has gifted with us all. In your name we pray. Amen. You might not know this, but Kara recently released a music video. Some people have seen. Who has seen the music video? Yeah, no, I just got to see it today, and let me tell you, it's awesome. It's called Hard Hatted Woman. It talks about her experience as a woman who works in construction. And there were some lyrics. I got to watch it this afternoon. And unfortunately, we're not going to show it for you now, but maybe if you're nice to Kara, she'll send you a link to it. There were some lyrics that hit me when I watched it earlier this afternoon. She wrote in this song, think of all the trailblazers, all the ones who came before. Still, we have a long way to go. We got to push for something more. It's time we come together, empower one another. Beautiful, beautiful words. And I have a feeling you know what I'm going to say. I feel like that sounds like some good material for storytelling. So thank you again for sharing, and go check out her music video. The Bible is full of stories. Some beautiful that show us God's grace. Some terrifying that show us God's anger. Some confusing that show us God's sense of humor? Question mark. Some inspiring and some revealing for the ways that they show us the many faces of God. Jesus was a storyteller for sure. He told a lot of parables, as we know. He was storyteller in chief, head of the storytelling department, and the storyteller laureate. And wait a second. I see two people coming, and they seem to be really excited about something. I'm curious what they have to say. Should we listen in? Let's do that.
I am just so inspired by the last few stories I heard. The one with the kids talking about all the different names that God has, and then Kara's story and song was just so beautiful. I love stories.
Oh my gosh, I know. I love stories too. And I mean, I certainly know that Jesus loves stories. And, well, I heard him tell one recently that actually I was a bit confused about. He was talking about this father who had two sons, older son, younger son. They each got half of his inheritance. And the younger son went gallivanting all across the country, spending all of the money, you know, going wild. And eventually he ran out of money. He ended up in a pigsty, and he had to come back home to his dad. And then the dad threw a party. And I mean, Jesus even said the older son who asked him, like, why are you throwing a party for this guy? He wasted all your inheritance. I was here the whole time. I was being responsible. And yeah, I was a bit confused.
Well, I think I know a few stories that Jesus told that might help you make a little more sense of that one. So the first one is about a shepherd. And in the story that Jesus told, there was this shepherd who had a flock of sheep. And one day, one of the sheep went missing. So it was just one out of 100. But the shepherd decided, no, I need to go find that one sheep. Even though the other 99 were safe, they were well fed, taken care of, he said, no, I need to go find this other sheep. And in the other story that Jesus told, there was a woman who had 10 coins, but one of those coins went missing. So she took her 9 coins and she put them on the table, knew where they were safe, and she cleaned the house, swept everything until she found that one coin. So in this sense, the 9 coins were just fine. The 99 sheep were just fine. But the shepherd and the woman said, no, I need to find that other sheep, that other coin. So just like with us, God is always going to find us.
Okay, yeah, I think it's making a bit more sense. I mean, especially when you say, like, that's how God is looking at each of us. It's starting to click a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's right. So God doesn't say, hey, Jesus doesn't say, I got 199 more sheep, I've got 9 more coins, or I have 1 more son, all right? God says that with us. He goes to find each one of us. He knows each one of us.
Okay, well, I guess I shouldn't be that annoyed with Jesus for telling so many stories, because God is so mysterious. Each one of these stories helps us figure God out a little bit better and understand a little bit more of that. And I'm glad we heard from the kids, and I kind of am reminded of that and Kara's story. We're understanding her relationship with God. It's making more sense.
Yeah, in the story that the kids told, they each thought they knew who God was, but they argued about it when they found out they all had different names for God. But each name for God was just a different way that God shows up. Just like the different stories Jesus tells us is a new way of understanding God.
Okay, well, now I think I'm going to turn the tables on all of you. And in a few minutes, we're going to do exactly that. We heard how we can encounter God in different ways. And so we have a bunch of parables that we're all going to explore together. And just like that, we're going to, I'm going to group you into small groups, and each small group is going to get a parable. You'll read it, and then you'll try to figure out what is that name of God that's being revealed in this parable, or God's kingdom, what God is trying to tell us about the way we should live our lives. And then we'll have each small group report back and share that aspect of God that's being revealed through this story. And then a little bit later, we'll dive deeper into our personal faith stories, and we'll start to explore how each one of our unique faith stories is a different way of encountering God. I encounter God different than Kara, than Molly. And so we'll warm up with the parables first, and then we'll continue on with our stories. So I would like everybody to get into groups of about 7 or 8, I think is what we need. I might rearrange some of you to match the number of parables that we have. But yeah, get yourselves into groups of about 7 or 8, and I will start at the picnic tables, and then I'll hand out the parables. Okay, in just about 2 more minutes, I'm going to ask each group to share a summary of their parable and then also help the rest of us understand what that parable is trying to tell us about God. So I'll give you a few minutes to figure that out and figure out who's going to share that summary. Hey, so I'm going to gather us all back together. And actually, I was just looking around the room, so to speak, and I was reminded of what we did earlier about how we, were investigating characters, settings, conflicts of children's books. And I feel like these were almost like the children's books of Jesus's time, or at least his children. And so I'm hoping through this exercise, we're practicing like what am I learning about God through this experience? But each one has a different side of God that's getting revealed. So, do we have a volunteer from a group to share their story and what's being revealed about God? My gosh, the young ones showing everybody else up. Okay, they're ready to go.
Ooh. Oh. Okay, so our story reveals that God is accepting of everybody who accepts him. Oh.
Oh, okay, I got it.
You got it?
I got it. Okay. So this guy went up, or two guys went up to a temple to pray, and one of them was like, thank you, I'm like so good, like I'm literally a tax collector, like thank you for making me above everyone else. And then the other one was like, thank you, like just I'm just thankful for you. And basically the one who was like not nice, he was not like like God didn't like he was God, yeah. God was not as happy with him or something. Or wait. Justified. One felt justified, the other did not feel justified. And the one who did not feel justified was the one who was like, I'm just so better than everybody else.
Wait. Actually, Jesse, remind us what you said at the beginning, though.
God is accepting of everybody who accepts him.
Okay, got it. Yeah. So theirs was the Pharisee and the tax collector. And yeah, as Janelle was saying, the Pharisee. Wait. Which one was the tax collector was the Oh, yeah, okay. The Pharisee was the holy one, right? Who was praying at the temple. Thank you, Jesus, or thank you, God, for not making me like all the rest of these other sinners, like this greedy tax collector over here. And the tax collector was at the temple praying, just thank you for what you've given me. And God was saying, Yeah, be like the tax collector, just because you think you're holier than everybody else doesn't mean that you might actually be that way. Okay, great. Can we have another volunteer?
Gee, it's hard to get me to stop talking. So we had the parable of the Good Samaritan, and based on the last story, I think Jesus was trying to say that he was a little bit anti-establishment because he didn't really go for what the priests of the time were doing. And so in the story of the Good Samaritan, one of the people who passes by the injured man is a priest. And that dovetails a little bit with the Pharisee in the previous story. But we thought God was trying to tell us that you should do what you can to help someone that's in need, but that it may not be easy. It may be someone who's a stranger, someone who has problems or issues that you don't know about, but it doesn't mean that you shouldn't try.
I love it. Thank you. All right. Another group.
So our story was the parable of the unmerciful servant, where we had the master of one servant who, we had the same as you. Master of one servant who forgave the debt of his servant. And then that servant went out and encountered someone who owed him money, and he wanted to collect instead of forgive that debt. And so the original master learned of that encounter, and he beat the servant instead. So here's what we learned from that.
What was that? Righteousness, peace, and joy. And we said it was righteousness, mercy, and forgiveness.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay, shall we hear from the other group who had the same parable?
Same.
That doesn't count.
Okay, so there was a king, and he was owed money, and he went to go collect it, and the servant said, "I can't pay you," and so he realized, okay, yeah, he really can't pay, so forgave his debt. But then that servant went out and did not treat his brother the same way he had been treated. And to the other slave, he threw him in jail because he owed money. And the other slave saw that and went to the king, and the king said that you're wicked for doing that, and unforgave him, and punished him. And so what we got from that is that we should forgive each other for the sins just like we've been forgiven, and that God takes care of justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have 2 more groups left. Yeah.
We had 3 parables, and if we had 2, any 2 of those would have made a lot of sense, but putting all 3 together was a little more complicated. So the first parable was of the mustard seed. You plant the tiniest seed, and you get the big bush. The second was the treasure in the field. The man finds a treasure, sells everything to buy the field. And the third was the pearl of great value. Same kind of deal, that he finds a pearl, sells everything to go buy the pearl. And so we decided that all 3 were about the kingdom of God, and that when you find something of value, that you should, especially if the value is something in the kingdom of God, that you do everything you can to pursue that and purchase that and spend your life trying to obtain that thing that's from the kingdom of God. Anything else you want to add?
Thank you. Okay, and our last group over here.
We had the parable of the workers in the vineyard, and basically, the folks that agreed to a full day's labor agreed to receive a full day's pay. And then later in the day, some folks worked maybe a half a day, and then some folks even worked an hour. And then when it was time for payday, at the end of the day, the hour workers got their full day's wage, and then the next group got their full day's wage, and then the folks that had toiled all day, hot sun, full day, they got the same when they thought, oh, well, we should be getting more because we did more. And then the vineyard owner said, well, didn't you agree to something that was fair at the beginning of the day? And what we learned from this, Greg?
I have to say this has always been a difficult parable for me. But I think the conclusion that we came to is that the gift that God gives us is of such great value that trying to say that someone who comes to faith late in life should sort of have a worse experience or less of a blessing from God is not where our hearts should be. That's probably, I think, the conclusion that we came to.
Great. Thank you all so much. I wasn't kidding when I was pretending to be a person of Jesus's time. Sometimes his stories are really confusing, and sometimes they also seem unfair. And I feel like, it can be easy to forget or not look at all of the confusing or seemingly unfair things that happen in the Bible, especially even what Jesus himself said. And that's also kind of our own, that's reflective of our own experiences with faith, I think, is that, faiths aren't a walk in the park. We're not just automatically believing in everything, and not everything is automatically easy. So, just like the parables seem unfair, sometimes our lives seem unfair. And we're wrestling. And so we're also going to be exploring that idea of our own faith stories. How have we wrestled? And yet we're all here. Everybody chose to be here in some way, shape, or form. So there's something about the stories that Jesus tells that keep us coming back. And so, yes, we wrestle, but yes, we are also blessed in some way. And so, in just a minute, I'm actually going to interview Andrew about his faith story. We'll have a live version of Everybody Has a Story. Before I get there, I do want to share one of the things that we do in our small groups at City Church in San Francisco is, we'll read a Bible passage. Usually it's what was read on Sunday, and we'll discuss it. And the discussion questions are, what did you find interesting, et cetera, et cetera. And then always, and I think importantly, what did you disagree with? What did you find confusing? What troubled you? Because that's real. And that's, a faith isn't real unless there is that wrestling. And so, we make space for these questions. Okay, so without further ado, another live episode of Everyone Has a Story. Okay, so Andrew,
Hello.
you told us about your story
Mhm.
this morning.
Yep.
And you told us about growing up in church and everything like that. So take us back to that moment. Take us back to when you were a kid growing up, and tell us about what your relationship with God was like back then.
Sure. So I think that I described my childhood, and specifically my childhood in the church, as being one of like trying to fit in, trying to be the perfect kid, trying to follow all of the rules. My family was the family that was there every Sunday until we were the last people to leave. Every single Sunday, my parents always had someone to talk to. My dad served on the leadership council. He was the guy counting the money in the office after service, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think, a lot of my experiences growing up in the church led me to think about God like the principal of a school. I felt like in a lot of ways, my childlike understanding of faith was that there were ways to be or not to be, that there were ways to act or not to act in order to earn your salvation, in order to earn your good grades, in order to earn your tickets to heaven. And some of this understanding is what really ultimately led to this fundamental tension of my life as someone that identified as Christian, but was also trying to grapple with my sexuality. I came to this understanding that being gay was outside the acceptable norms, at least what had been described to me in church settings or even in society at large. So when I recognized that there was this piece of me, the question was like, what am I going to do about that? My relationship to God was to try and please Him by actually like suppressing and even denying pieces of me that I felt like didn't fit in. They weren't part of the way that I was supposed to be. Ultimately it didn't really work out very well for me, but it really was like as a child, as an adolescent, like trying to understand who God was and what I was supposed to do in response to who God was. So that was a little bit of my childhood.
Okay, so you had the central question that you're wrestling with, like, can I be both gay and Christian?
Yeah,
And
mhm.
that's something that could eventually like completely turn you away from God.
Right.
So tell us what happened. How did
Yeah.
you figure that out?
So I think there was a lot of like, I'll just call it like wandering in the wilderness for me. There were many years of wanting to have an answer to that question, but feeling like it was very gray. In terms of like faith communities, so we're in my 20s now. We're in the figuring shit out phase of my life. And I remember, actually, it's so interesting, in Kara's story, she talked about, years of trying to find a church, but feeling like she couldn't find one that fit. And I had a very, very similar experience. Both in college, I kind of like dabbled with some of the on-campus ministry programs. But again, I felt, even though, college was the time where I was starting to understand the full picture of my life and the full spectrum of who I was including in terms of my sexuality. And the spaces that I would enter made me feel like I had to use the parlance, like go back into the closet in a way. And that just it didn't feel right to me to have to like suppress one part of myself in order to engage another part of myself. And interestingly, in my 20s, I felt it in the opposite way too, right? Like I had friends who were queer, primarily gay men, and I would bring to the group this piece of me that was the fact that I was Christian, and it would just raise lots of questions of like, well, why? Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to be a part of a church? Unfortunately, a lot of people, including people in my circles, have been very hurt by their experiences in the church. And so these were the things that I was really grappling with. I think your question was what brought me back. Okay, so what eventually brought me back was, well, honestly, the very first thing was I was on Twitter one day and I saw someone tweet about one of my favorite artists, and I followed a link into his profile, and he had, oh gosh, what was it? Not a Substack, it was whatever the precursor to Substack was, but Blogger or something. He had a blog. And I started reading his blog, and he shared this story of his coming out and his trying to understand coming out in the context of his life as someone who also identified as a Christian. And I remember thinking, oh my God, like here is someone that has a story that looks a little bit like mine, that someone that is grappling with a lot of the same questions that I am grappling with. And it was nice to feel a little bit less lonely. It kind of opened up this, it sounds cheesy to call it a portal, but it opened up this portal for me where I had this avenue of exploration, which initially was really just for me. I kind of kept it to myself for a very long time. But the exploration was, are there gay Christians out there? You know, and I think that I feel very fortunate to have grown up and come out in a time where people were talking about this. I mean, gay Christians have existed for a very long time. I was going to say decades, but for as long as time has existed, there have been people that identify as Christian and are also gay. But yeah, I feel fortunate that like I was able to do some of this exploration in a time where people were talking about it. I mentioned in my story this conference that I went to this past January called Q Christian Fellowship. I have known about Q Christian Fellowship for probably 12, 13, 14, 15 years, since the time where they were another organization called the Gay Christian Network. And I remember stumbling upon their website one day and just being like, again, like this, like the blog that I had read maybe a couple of years prior, like, oh my God, gay Christians do exist. And it provided a window into ways that other people were trying to reconcile these two pieces of themselves. It provided resources, books to read and podcasts to listen to. And slowly over time, as I began to understand myself and my story in the context of other people's stories, I began to see a way in which I fit back into God's kingdom. I began to know myself better, understand myself better, and understand how I too could be in this world as a person that identifies as both gay and Christian. So yeah, that was kind of the long and winding path for me back to the faith, back to God, back to a church. Although again, for a long time, even as I was doing a lot of this exploration, I was having a really hard time finding a church that felt like it fit until I moved to San Francisco and started going to City Church.
One of the things that strikes me about your story is that the way that you found yourself back to God, or at least the way that you kind of were able to start to wrestle with this question a little bit better and feel some sort of resolution, was somebody else's story. And like that wouldn't have happened if that person didn't put their story on Twitter for you to find.
Yeah.
And like, I think that is what we've been talking about this weekend, like the power of our personal stories and the power of our faith stories. When they're shared, they allow other people to realize they're not alone, to walk into new and different ways of understanding God, And yeah, I don't think that there's anything more sacred than that.
There's a way in which like telling our stories is an invitation. It's an act of hospitality to tell our stories and to create a space in which other people can consider their own stories and their own faith journeys. I think a lot about, this like theme of my life, which is like being a part of something, being part of a group. I talked about the musical groups that I loved being a part of, and in a way, being a part of a church was, was this for me. It was this desire to be part of something bigger than myself. And having that invitation extended to me through the stories of others that I began to understand really inspired this piece of me to want to extend that same invitation to others, not only in like telling my story, but creating spaces like the LGBTQ community group that we have at City Church. I remember one of my very first Sundays at City Church, two people approached me after the service and they said, "Hey, do you want to grab brunch?" And it was like the thing that I had been waiting for so many years. And that group of people that I ended up getting brunch with that morning became some of my first friends at City Church. They were the people that welcomed me into the LGBTQ group. And that invitation that they provided to me inspired me to then have, be making that same invitation to others now as one of the co-leaders of the group. I feel like it's so important for folks to have that sense of welcome and to be a part of something that maybe they had never been able to find anywhere else before.
I'm smiling so big right now because this was unplanned, but I told that exact same thing happened to me my first Sunday. Not you. It wasn't Andrew who came and found me. It was somebody else who said,
we've created a culture.
Yeah, and yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to something you said earlier about how when you were wandering in the wilderness, so to speak, and finding yourself in college and meeting a group of other queer people in college, how they would ask you this question of, well, why even be Christian, And so I'm going to ask you that same question. What is it about God, about the Christian story, about the church that kept you searching instead of walking away when you very much could have done that?
Yeah, I mean, there was always the temptation to walk away. I kept my distance for a very long time because I wasn't sure that it was necessarily the right place for me. But I think there was always something in my gut, in my like heart of hearts that said that the Christian church, that Christian community, that a faith journey that has us walking with God and with other Christians is a much better path to walk than walking alone. I've always had this sense, it was instilled in me from a very young age by my father, of like, in a world that is so individualistic, that it is incredibly important to be aware of others and in communication with others. And in its purest form, I think that is what Christianity is for me. It's a way to be engaged with this world and a way to be in this world that is outside of just one's self. It's a way of being a part of something bigger, to have a perspective that is bigger than just oneself. Yeah, for me, that's why church is important to me. That's why Christianity is important to me.
Okay, here's my last question for you.
Mhm.
Who do you know God to be today?
I think my understanding of God today is much less the principle of the school, which I mentioned earlier. It's much more like the school itself and everything and everyone in it. God is in this space. God is in each and every one of us individually, but then especially in us collectively, right? Like, I think all the time about the wisdom of God being the wisdom of the group, whether it's this group or the larger Christian church. Um, I, yeah, I don't think of God as like a singular being, but rather all of us.
Thank you for sharing your story,
Yeah,
Andrew.
thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so now I'm going to invite you all to spend some time considering your own walks with God. Could we have the questions on the screen? And the next slide? The next one. There we go. Perfect.
There it is.
Okay, so I'm going to give you about 5-ish minutes, maybe a bit less. But I just want you to sit in this beautiful place with maybe some birds, hope, or maybe not. And think about these questions for yourself. How did you come to know God? Who was God to you when you first encountered God? How have you wrestled with your faith? Have you ever felt abandoned by God? Like God was unfair? Like God didn't exist? Like God didn't make sense? How have you wrestled? And once again, you chose to be here now. Something brought you here. And so despite all of that wrestling, something has pulled you to this place. And so I'm going to ask you to think about what I asked Andrew. What is it about God, the church, the Christian story that keeps you coming back despite all of the opportunities to walk away? So I invite you to just think about that quietly with yourself for a few minutes, and then eventually I'm going to ask you to talk about that with a partner. So spend some time thinking. Thank you for taking some time to consider those questions. And now I would like you to find a partner, just one other person. And I would like you to discuss those questions with your partner. What is your faith story? How did you come to know God? What have you wrestled with? And what keeps you coming back?
And if I can just suggest a few things. Before, when we were telling our stories to each other, I told you not to interrupt the other person, to not talk at all. I'm actually going to ask you to do the opposite this time. I would love for you to interview your partner in the same way that Tyler just interviewed me. So, with those three questions, how did you come to know God? How have you wrestled with your faith? What keeps you coming back? I'd love for you to ask those questions very specifically of your partner. And then when they're done sharing, I'd invite you to again look them in the eyes and say, "Thank you, name, for sharing your story." Okay, go. Okay, just doing a quick little time check for everyone. It's been about 5 minutes. We're going to give you 5 more minutes. So if you haven't swapped interviewing your partners yet, please do that now. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask everyone to wrap up their final thoughts and their conversations. I see a lot of great conversations happening. So excited about that. And I want to make an invitation that this doesn't have to be the end of your conversations. We have dinner tonight. We have our whole lives together to share in these beautiful ways. So thank you for taking this time. I'm going to ask some folks to throw out some, what do we call them? Quiet banana slugs? Silent banana slugs? There we go. Love it. Thank you so much. All right, so as we close out our afternoon session, I wanted to again open up a space for us to kind of debrief together on the experience of this afternoon, and specifically about the experience that you just had interviewing one another and sharing a little bit more deeply about your faith stories. How did it feel to share your faith story? How did it feel to hear the faith story of your partner? In the back. Yeah.
We talked about being introverts.
Mm.
So, yeah, talking about myself is not my strong point, and I think you felt the same way. And so that was kind of interesting for us to talk. It is a good opportunity, these kind of events, to kind of learn about each other and everybody thinks, has a different perception of things. So, Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for coming out of your introvert self to say that. And there's something too, specifically I asked us to interview each other because I think there is something about being asked the question that really forces you to maybe come out of your shell a little bit, whether you're introverted or extroverted or somewhere in between. So thank you for sharing that. What else has come up for folks? Yeah. Thank you, Tyler, for running around the microphone.
I think what I learned by listening to other stories is to increase my vocabulary to tell my own story. Right? You hear new sorts of interpretations of thoughts that were there somewhere but really didn't have words. And I think that the interview like you just had helped me to give more words to what keeps me coming back, right? So thank you. And I think that's also the great part of sharing, is that you get so much in return. So it's good ROI.
Good ROI. Spoken like a true engineer, a true analyst. Exactly. Yeah, I think there's something to be said here of like the 98% of our DNA that is the same. There's so much about our stories and our experience of the world and faith that is so similar. And so by sharing, by listening to someone else speak, and then to have the opportunity to speak your own story, we realize like all the ways in which we are the same, and having that vocabulary to share is great. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. What else? There's something that I wanted to say in our time together that I didn't quite get to, and that is that in my mind, faith is not about having it all figured out. We talk a lot at City Church about the way in which we aspire to blank. And I think that really is what faith is all about. We are aspiring to understand God a little bit better in every conversation that we have, in every act that we do, in the ways in which we serve. And I think, again, there's actually, now I'm thinking of something that Tom just said to me in a little conversation that we had here, where the opposite of faith is not doubt. It's okay to doubt. It's okay to not understand. It's okay to not have the answers. It's okay to wonder. It's okay to grapple. It's okay to wrestle. That actually is part of faith, because the opposite of faith is not doubt. The opposite of faith is certainty. To be certain is to not be curious. To be certain is to not have faith in something else. So again, I think that was really wise of Tom to point out. We are just aspiring to figure things out. We don't have it all figured out. The story that we are living and the story of others is not over. It's still happening. Any other closing thoughts? Okay, Tyler, I think I'm turning it over to you for one more activity. Is that right?
I think we're gonna go and close with
We're just gonna close.
announcements.
Okay,
Yeah,
great, perfect.
All right, I get to do the logistical things, and I will go in chronological order here. So we are bringing back the variety show, but instead of being a variety hour, it'll be a variety quarter hour. So if you have an act, I know Liam has an act tonight. If you have an act that you would like to have, please tell me and or Tom as maybe you're heading to dinner. That would be great to know. Next Sunday, September 8th, come and join us. Bishop Jeff Johnson will be at both services. It's the last outdoor service at 10:45, and it's also the ministry celebration barbecue. And please sign up using, one of these cards, and I have some on the table. I'll have some with me, so you can go ahead and do that. We really need to know how many people are going to be coming next Sunday. September 22nd is Bethel's Oktoberfest at Ludwig's. It's going to follow it'll follow our 10:45 service. It will start at 1 at Ludwig's. Okay. And then Mission to Mexico, if you want to go, it's the last week of September. Please see Tom and make sure you have a passport. There. All right. Anything else? No. Here.
I don't know. Just a quick couple of things, because some of you I know are leaving before dinner or before some of the hour. Your name tags, all of them have a bookmark on them. Those bookmarks are a gift from Robin, and they are to be kept with you. You can take your whole name tag home if you want. If you want to leave the container, there's a silver bowl. But take the bookmark and have that put it in a book somewhere as a reminder of the weekend, of a reminder of telling your story. They each have a different Bible verse on them. And again, part of it is as the committee talked about what our stories are, as Tyler and Andrew talked, as so many of you shared with each other, we have a story. And some of us have an easier time sharing it than others. But it's important to remember. So as you look at your name tag, remember that God knows your name, that God cares about your story, and that the story you have is worth sharing. And so please do so. So I really want to encourage you, take that bookmark, put it someplace that you can see it as a reminder of how special you are to God and how special you are to this community. And because of who each of you are, I love that Tyler kept saying, you made the choice to be here. So let's keep it going and sharing and putting that in a place to remember where that story is. So thanks.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, I am going to close us in prayer, and I am going to close us in a type of prayer I recently learned from the children's the children's ministry director at City Church. It's called an embodied prayer. So find your inner child, and everybody stand up. Okay, and we are going to do this embodied prayer, which I would like for one volunteer to show me a motion that represents how they want to talk to God in this moment. There we go. Perfect. Okay, I need another volunteer. Thank you. Maggie, yes, thank you. Okay, that's a good one. All right, and one more. Katie, thank you. I like that. All right, so just a reminder. Okay, now let's actually talk to God with our bodies. We'll do it 2 times. Amen. Thank you. Oh, yes, and of course this. All right, yes, dinner will be at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
So this is Kara's video on the screen.
They stop to look, she's not what they expect. Lord knows they will put her to the test. She's got to be better than the rest. Every day she will work hard to earn respect. There's nothing better than a hard-headed woman. There's nothing better
We have a couple of variety show acts that are varietal, so you need to check them out. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Molly Schrei back to the stage.
Tom doesn't follow directions. I said, go ahead and welcome Piper, who is our first act. This is total coincidence. Total coincidence. I'm not kidding, Pastor Ben. We didn't discuss this, but just wait. Piper. Can you want to bring it over? Do you want to bring?
Yes.
Bring that over?
Hi there. Now I can be loud. Teehee.
Tell me when to turn it.
Okay. Soup. Soup. Who here likes soup? Everybody who's not raising their hand is wrong. And I will tell you why. That's because if you don't like soup, that means you don't like everything. Let's start. Okay, now I'm going to have to turn around. Let's start. What is the definition of soup? Oxford Dictionary states that the definition of soup is a liquid dish typically made by boiling meat, fish, or vegetables, etc., in stock or water. So, first of all, let's look at this. Typically, the word typically means that sometimes it just doesn't have any meat, and sometimes it just doesn't have any water or stock. So, a soup is a liquid dish. That's a horrible definition. Okay, let's try to keep it simple. Let's say a soup is something that is a liquid dish that has calories. Okay, well, let me ask you this. If you take soup and you add bread to it, right, it's still soup, right? Is it soup still? Yeah? Okay, well, how about let's add more bread and let the bread absorb the soup until there's no more soup in the bowl. is that still soup? If it's not soup, then can you tell me when it stops being soup? Well, since there's no clear way to say when it stops being soup, we can say that the first rule is soup plus or minus bread equals soup. That was horribly written, I'm sorry. Okay, so here's another question. If you take soup and you heat it up like really, really hot, all of the soup and its contents would melt, including the bowl and the spoon you put in, and all the bread inside. Well, I mean, it's still a liquid dish, and it still has calories. Does that mean it's still soup? Now, if you take your soup, right, and you freeze it, that's still soup, right? It's just frozen soup. That means soup plus or minus energy is still soup. Okay, so now let's go back to our definition. A soup is a liquid dish that has calories. Now, what are calories? The definition of calories is what calories are is they are literally just a measure for energy. So, and everybody here knows E equals mc squared, right? That means that all mass has energy, which means mass equals energy. Wait. Mass equals soup. There we go. Mass equals soup. Soup. So all mass is, it changed the way it was coming at me. So all mass equals soup. Well, okay, that proves that like every physical thing is soup, but I can't still prove that like non-physical things like light are soup, right? Right? Well, according to the law E equals mc squared, it states that energy and mass are essentially the same thing. And because light is a form of energy, that means light equals soup. Well, let's see. So what about abstract thoughts or abstract concepts such as like happiness? Or wait, I missed a step somewhere. No, I just miscounted. There's 5. Sorry. So that doesn't mean that abstract thoughts such as like happiness or like hope or God, for example, is soup, right? Well, the concept the concepts of happiness, of hope, and of God are all like existing because they're in our brain. And our brains, they're physical, but all their thoughts are transmuted by electrons, which is energy, which means that everything, mass, light, even abstract thoughts, is soup. Everything equals soup. Thank you. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Introducing Liam.
Hi.
What are you going to sing, buddy? What are you going to sing?
Remember what it's called? Just don't hold on. Just the Lord of my soul. Oh, my soul. Worship your holy name. Just the Lamb of before. Oh, my soul. I worship your holy There's more. What's the next
The
part?
witch in love and the soul to anger.
Your name is great and your heart is kind.
For all your goodness, I will keep on singing.
10,000 reasons for your heart to find. Good job. Should we do the other part again? Yeah. Touch the
Lord on my soul, oh my soul, worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul, I worship Your holy name. Lord, I'll worship Your holy
That was so good. I'm proud of
Off the press. I am very excited. We're gonna announce that our intention is to do an out and about to the San Francisco Symphony. November 2nd. You said it's one of your favorite concerts, Dia de los Muertos. And we're going to try to do the matinee show at 3 o'clock. We're going to try to get a group to go. And Andrew's going to do a little lobby talk beforehand. If you've never been to Davies Hall, this might be your opportunity to do that. So watch for more information coming, and we'll start signups when we have, all the information, but just keep that in your back pocket. I'm hoping that that's going to happen. So keep it in mind. Cool. Yay. Yay. All right, I think we are going to transition to campfire. So Katie's going to lead some songs, and do we have a campfire? Bailey's going to do the campfire. So okay. So you can come and move your chairs a little bit if you want, and Katie's going to come up and sing us a few songs.
Well, y'all can sing with me. I'm going to stand right here. Yes, Liam. That's very nice. Do you want to help sing? Okay. So we're gonna do like a couple of okay. Maybe every move I make. Hi guys, we're having a very nice campfire right now. Okay. Everyone has to imagine in your mind that there's fire there. You got it? Got it? It's nice and toasty warm. Yes. We're gonna like have a little fun here, and we're gonna sing every move I make. Some of the kids might know this song, so you can help me sing along, Okay, this is another one for the kiddos. And I need your help to jump. Do you guys know how to jump? Need to do it? Liam can help too. Here, let me show you. So, and big kids, y'all, you got this. Thank you. I like this. So, this is a fun little song. When we're going to sing, when we get ready to jump on the jumping part, kids, we're going to sing, My Lighthouse. And you jump. My lighthouse. They're all excited. Shining in the darkness, I will follow you. And we jump again. My lighthouse, whatever key we're in. My lighthouse, I will trust the promise. You will carry me. And then you swim. Safe to shore. Safe to shore. Safe to shore. Safe to shore. That's not the right key, but it's this key. Ready? And 2, 3, and 4. You are the awesome.
You guys jumped Pastor Ben right out of his seat right there. It was pretty good.
You did so good. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Okay, okay we're gonna. Thank you for singing along with me, everybody. It was super fun. Good job. Let's sing Sanctuary together, you guys. Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, pure and holy, tried and true, tried and true, with thanksgiving, with thanksgiving. I'll be a living sanctuary for you. Try it again. Lord, prepare me. Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, pure and holy, tried and true, with thanksgiving.
We have a visitor.
I actually have some really sad news. Jesus died. The empire was really worried that he was going to start a revolution and they killed him. People are really frightened and they want to distance themselves from Jesus' message. Some have gone into hiding and they don't even want to talk about his ministry anymore. I think that's the end of our little story here.
He's back. Jesus is back. He came back from the dead. I saw the empire killed him with my own 2 eyes, but he's came back. I touched his hands. He even asked for a snack. Jesus can do anything. If he can come back from the dead, I think he can overthrow the empire. He will lead the revolution. I think the end of the story is near.
And just like that, just as suddenly as Jesus appeared, he disappeared. He said he was going to heaven, and we haven't seen him since. I would have thought that that would be the end of the story, but Jesus said something very interesting. He said he would send a companion. He called it the Spirit of Truth. We won't be able to see it, but the Spirit will live within us. It will always be with us. It will remind us of everything Jesus taught us. It will continue to teach us from within. Because the Spirit won't speak on its own, but it will speak through us, through our stories. And I have a feeling the story of the love of Jesus, God, the Spirit, isn't over.
The last night of Jesus' life, he gathered with his disciples. The last time that his being alive with them, able to share the first part of his story. And as they did, they gathered around the table. And Jesus said, I want you to remember me. And I want you to remember me in a very specific way by having a meal. A simple meal of bread and wine. A meal that they might have had every day. But to come together, not only as disciples, but as the early church, to come together and to remember Jesus. To remember his story is our story. And that in doing so, Jesus lives on in us. So tonight we're going to have communion together. And I want you to hear the words, given for you. That Jesus is given for you, for your story. And that by eating and the drinking and the gathering together as a people of faith, we share in Jesus' story of death and resurrection. A story filled with hope, filled with God's presence, filled with power. And the promise that we will have Christ with us every step of our journey. In the night in which Jesus was betrayed, he took bread. He gave thanks. He gave it to his disciples, saying, take and eat. This is my body, and it has been given for you. Then Jesus took the cup, gave thanks, gave it for them to drink, saying, drink of it, each of you, for through this cup comes the new covenant shed for you in my blood for the forgiveness of sin. He then told them to do this to remember me. Well, please join with me in our Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Well, all are welcome to come forward. We have real bread, thanks to Amanda. We also have gluten-free, so if you'd like gluten-free, and we'll be serving by intinction, so as you come forward, you may dip the bread in so Andrew and Tyler are going to help serve. So you can dip the bread in its grape juice. And if you'd like gluten-free, let me know, and we'll just, I'll stand in the middle, and then we'll have the chalices on either side. presence of Christ received in this meal strengthen you and keep you in God's peace. Amen. So before we transition to s'mores, a couple announcements. First of all, if you have any more of the RSVP cards for next week's ministry celebration barbecue, I will take those. And then Miss Amanda has an announcement of herself. So come on up.
All right. So, since we are telling stories this lovely Labor Day retreat, I wanted to tell you another story. And I know we did honor this special person, but I wanted to do just a little bit more and share a little bit more about her. So, here is a story about this wonderful human who I am very appreciative of, very fond of. She helps a lot with the children's ministries and helps just a lot with many things at Bethel. Patrice has spent the past 10 years volunteering with Angels on Stage, a nonprofit that provides children with special needs the opportunity to shine as actors in full-scale musical productions. She has served in numerous roles, from coordinating volunteers, as you can see, she did a wonderful production today, planning bashes for the Angels. Some have even taken place at Bethel, to front of the house and even stage left manager. This culminates in 100+ hours each year, from Saturday morning rehearsals to grueling tech weeks dedicated to making sure children with special needs and their families have an amazing and unprecedented experience with musical theater. She is definitely one of the pillars of the Angels on Stage community. As if that wasn't enough, for the past 7 years, Patrice has been a volunteer for a coach with the Santa Clara Swim Club Special Olympics team, spending countless Friday nights at the pool helping kids with special needs, preparing for the Special Olympics Northern California Championships, where she then chaperones them over the course of the weekend, making sure they get to all their races and have a chance to swim for gold. Both the Angels and Stage and Special Olympics swimming communities are lucky to have had such a dedicated volunteer to journey with them all over through these years. And we are also very blessed to have you. So here's to Patrice, and this is for the Eric Hansen Award. Thank you for letting me share a story that Tyler helped me with.
That's a wonderful story. Patrice, thank you. And Amanda, thank you for working with our kids. If you're a parent of kids, that's amazing. I think Robin's already headed down the hill to dog sit 12 dogs or something like that. But we also, next time you see her, thank her for that. And next year, we would like to invite you back for the Freckman Family Labor Day Retreat, sponsored by Bethel Lutheran. It was a wonderful time. We have a great time planning this. We really do. And if you're interested in giving some input as to what we might want to see for next year, please, please, please let us know. And we will be back here next year again. There is a continental type of breakfast available at 8:30 tomorrow morning. So if you're around still in the morning, that's available. So enjoy the rest of your night. Jamie, a round of applause for Jamie for driving the bus up and back. It's really great. And who? Oh yeah, sorry, and doing the camera. Thank you, Jamie. Also, thanks to our tech people who have been here day and night. Not really, but they've been here. It's been really great. So thanks. Drive safe, and we love you all.